A sun-splashed Lambeau field and a great setting for this important game for the Packers. The Packers have won the toss. Tony Zendejas will kick off. And back deep for the Packers, Corey Harris and Robert Brooks. Harris is on the left. Packers have won 5 in a row, looking for a 6-game winning streak for the first time in 27 years. And Zendejas gets this game underway. It's a short end-over-end kick, and it's going to be Harris returning from the 15-yard line. And he is knocked out of bounds. Green Bay with Brett Favre, 11 200-yard passing games. That was snapped against Houston last week. Up front, it's been a fine offensive line. Rutgers, Winters, Campen, Hallstrom. Tootie Robbins, despite the dislocated left shoulder, has a harness, and he is in the lineup. Jackie Harris, the tight end. Darrell Thompson and Harry Sidney are the running backs. Sterling Sharpe, you heard about the report from Pat O'Brien about his hands. He'll be at wide receiver, and Ron Lewis, the other wideout. 1st and 10 from the 25. They send Thompson in motion, and the pass to the running back out of the backfield. Todd Light makes the stop on Darrell Thompson, and a short gain of 4 yards on the first play of the game. The LA Rams defensively up front, featuring 2 rookies, Mark Boutte and Sean Gilbert at defensive tackle. Gilbert having an outstanding year, with Robinson and Jim Scow at defensive end. Kevin Green, he is the pass rusher the Packers have to watch out for, with Larry Kellman, Roman Pfeiffer, and in the secondary, it's Light and Henley at corner, Pat Terrell and Anthony Newman at safeties. 2nd down and 5 from the 30. It's a running play again to Thompson. He loses the ball, and a fumble, and the Rams have recovered. As everyone figured that the LA Rams would have trouble holding onto the ball, but it's the Packers who fumble on the 2nd play of the game.
And it's just the thing this LA Ram team needs. They're already fired up. They already want to come in these bad weather conditions and prove that an LA team can win here. And what they need is a little help. And Thompson gives them that help right there. That was Gilbert, 90, stripping the ball out of Thompson's hands. And, you know, Mike Holmgren from the Packers did not want to start like this. His best defense is his offense staying on the field for as long as possible. This Packer defense, I think, can be thrown against, and Everett has been very effective this year throwing the ball.
Roman Pfeiffer made the fumble recovery and a 1st down for the Rams on the Packer 31. See if they can take advantage of this big opportunity. Cleveland Gary, who's had problems holding onto the ball in his own right, picks up 2 yards on the Rams' first foray, and Robert Brown the tackle. So Jim Everett with 21 touchdown passes leading the Rams. And the offensive front of Perry, Newberry, Brostek, Malinchik, Jackie Slater. Pat Carter is the tight end. He's had a knee problem. Cleveland Gary and David Lang are the running backs. And, of course, all eyes on Gary and his ability to hold on to the ball. If not, you'll see other running backs. Ellard and Flipper Anderson, the wideouts. 2nd down and 8 for the Rams on the Green Bay 29.
Green Bay brings in their nickel package. They're coming after Everett.
Tony Bennett playing the right defensive end position, but the give is to Cleveland Gary up the middle, and he fights his way to about the 26-yard line. A pickup of 3 yards, and Matt Brock making the tackle. Defensively for the Packers, this is their base defense of Brock, John Yurkovich, and Robert Brown. Kuntz, Noble, Dent, and Bennett. Burnell Dent is playing in place of Johnny Holland, who's on injured reserve with the neck injury. And it's Buckley, the rookie, and Roland Mitchell, the corners. Chuck Cecil, he's quite a hitter. And Leroy Butler back in action after a 1-game suspension at strong safety. 3rd down and 5. Jeff Chadwick in as an extra receiver for Everett. And his pass is caught, and it should be a 1st down to Flipper Anderson, just inside the 20-yard line. A gain of 10 yards with Vinnie Clark making the tackle.
And a nice job by Jim Everett going to what basically looked to be his 3rd or 4th receiver. Watch him looking off. He's looking right. He's looking to the middle to Price on a crossing pattern, and just does get the ball out here to Flipper as Vinnie Clark closes quickly on the ball. But the emphasis on that is on the protection and on the nice job of Everett of reading that defense.
Only 32 catches for Flipper Anderson, who's been bothered by hamstring pulls. It is a 1st down on the 16 of Green Bay. Everett looking to throw, and his pass is caught for the touchdown to Willie Anderson. So Flipper Anderson has made it look easy, and Jim Everett and the warm weather Rams come here and strike early. A 16-yard touchdown pass to give the Rams the lead.
Well, Mike Holmgren knows if you do not put pressure on Jim Everett, he is as good as any other quarterback in the league on a 7-on-7 drill, just throwing the ball against a defensive backfield. And right there, it was like stealing. It was so easy. You've got to get in Everett's face, and you've got to get physical with these Ram receivers.
Tony Zendejas is on to try the extra point. So this festive crowd has been silenced because of the fumble and the quick score. So the Rams take advantage, and Flipper Anderson, with his 7th TD reception of the year, gives the Rams a 7-0 lead.
Full advantage of. We'll take a look at it after we do get this kickoff off here, but it was really a good job by Flipper Anderson of reading coverage, and Everett just zipped that ball right to him. And if you're on the sidelines for the Green Bay Packer defense, you've got to be reeling a little bit because they've had the momentum coming into this game.
And that can be short-circuited in a hurry, Randy. Zendejas kicking off. Harris and Brooks again are back. And this time it's going to be Robert Brooks returning for the Packers, and they'll get good field position as a result of this short kick. Emil Harry making the tackle, a 19-yard return.
Now, the two guys to watch Terrell Buckley here back up and open up this inside lane, and watch Chuck Cecil not close as quickly as Terrell Buckley obviously thinks he's getting help from the inside from his safety. See, watch Terrell, he softened up. Flipper Anderson reads that, as does Everett, and the help slow inside, and it's like a gimme.
It is a first down on the 37-yard line.
We saw Chuck Cecil and Dick Duran, the defensive backfield coach, talking exactly about that.
Favre with a short sprint rollout, and his pass to Sterling Sharpe on a bounce is incomplete. Sharpe, as you know, coming in to try to set records, and Brett Favre, who's from Kill, Mississippi. I don't know how many cold weather games he's played in.
Not too many in Mississippi or at Southern Mississippi, but you know, this is a guy that played 2 weeks ago at Milwaukee in a game against Detroit, who played fantastic. Sterling Sharpe, I know Pat O'Brien talked about his hands, and they're bothering him, and his shoulders are hurting him, and his knees are hurting him. But in this type of a game, in these type of conditions under playoff stress, you got to forget about everything, and you have to execute, and the Packers aren't executing.
Darrell Thompson, the wide receiver, is at the top of your picture. Everyone out for a catch, and it's Sterling Sharpe in the pass thrown behind him. This was a play in which Favre had a lot of targets to go with, and that will bring up third down.
Well, on the last possession, they lined Thompson up in the backfield and brought him out in the flat for a little pass. That time, Sterling Sharpe was lined up in the backfield as the back and came out into the flat. Now, as he comes out of the backfield, you see him just come right out here for his pass. The ball is thrown behind him, and I mentioned the timing. The timing is just a little bit off for these Packers. The balls are being thrown behind him. You saw Favre, as he threw that ball, slipped a little bit. Guys got to take a deep breath from the Packers standpoint, and the Rams just keep attacking.
Third down and 10. Edgar Bennett, good receiver out of the backfield. Sanjay Beach in as an extra receiver, and the pass to Jackie Harris, the tight end. He'll be well short of the first down, as many white-shirted Rams come in to keep Harris down. A gain of only 7 yards. It was Steve Israel and Michael Stewart predominantly, and that'll bring up fourth down. So the Rams defense holds, and one of the Ram players going off holding his arm. Fourth down, and it'll be Brian Wagner to kick. He was signed November 9th. Emil Harry, the former Kansas City wide receiver, back deep for LA. Low snap, and the kick just hangs up in the air and will be picked up by Harry inside the 20-yard line. Fortunately for the Packers, it took their bounce, as Brian Wagner, who played with the Bears and the Browns, now kicking for the Packers.
Coors Light. The Silver Bullet is the right beer now.
That last play in and itself was not very eventful, except for this. Watch the footing of Wagner right there as he slips. We saw Wagner slip. We saw Favre slip. We've seen Sterling Sharpe and Thompson slip. This is a field that's starting to harden up and will become frozen in the next 45 minutes.
Rams will start from their 23-yard line. And the handoff to Cleveland Gary. Gary coming into the game needing 19 yards. to reach the 1,000 mark. Picks up 3 on that play, and the tackle by Robert Brown. Rams coming in with a record of 5-9. Last year they won only 3 games. So Chuck Knox has had this team on the upswing, and December games have been tough to win for LA.
Well, Cleveland Gary only needs 19 yards, but he knows that man right there has got an awful quick hook. You know, you think Earl Weaver in baseball had a quick hook. Cleveland Gary puts a ball on the ground. It might as well be 190 yards to get to 1,000. He will not carry the ball much if he fumbles.
He has fumbled 3 times in the last 2 games. So the onus is on him. 2nd down and 7, and here is Gary again, bouncing off a defender and dives forward. Will still be short of the 1st down. Picks up 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and just a couple. John Yurkovich, the nose tackle, making the stop on Gary.
You know, the matchup in this game that jumps out at you as an advantage for the Rams is that big physical offensive line against the front of the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers have played extremely well within their system. But if there is a matchup, it's the defensive line of the Packers against the offensive line of the Rams. The Rams are just mushers. They're big, physical, 300-pound-plus guys that I think can take advantage of the front 7 of the Packers and give Gary some good running room.
2 tight ends for the Rams on 3rd down and 1. They send Henry Ellard in motion, and he's going to throw for the 1st down if he can. And the pass to Gary, and he is undercut. And a fine play by George Kuntz, the linebacker, to prevent the 1st down. A loss of 4 yards, and that will force the Rams to give it up.
And this is a play when you draw it up, you count on the fact of the back being one-on-one with a linebacker and making a linebacker miss. But that's on ideal situations on a good footing field, and Gary cannot get any spin or momentum and ability to get his cleats in the ground and avoid Kuntz.
There's Robert Brooks, and kicking is Don Bracken, who used to do his kicking here in Green Bay. And he gets off a beauty. Brooks back to his 30-yard line. Penalty marker down. There is no flag down on 2nd look. And Fred Strickland makes the stop. A 43-yard kick. We'll return to Lambeau Field in a moment. Carl Henley got from Travis McNeil during the pre-game introductions. Can you believe that? Welcome to the cold weather, Rand.
Are you ready, Darryl? Are you ready? What you can't see are probably the bandage he's got under his chin now. But you can't say that was his last hit of the day, but it might be his best hit of the day.
1st down on the 38 for the Packers. Harry Sidney goes in motion. Thompson trying to sweep, going outside, turns the corner nicely and picks up a fine gain, maybe 9 yards. Anthony Newman making the tackle. So Darrell Thompson, who was on injured reserve the first 4 games of the year. Vince Workman remains out with a separated shoulder. They thought he might be back this week.
And as this game goes on and this field gets harder, plays like that are going to be more and more difficult for the defenses to control. If there is an edge and there is a corner on the defense, they're going to have a hard time catching up because the footing is going to get worse and worse. And the guy that's going forward and knowing where he's going is going to have the advantage.
2nd down and only a yard for Brett Favre in the pack. And here is Thompson going outside, but he had no chance as the Rams pursued, led by Kevin Green, and no gain on the play.
Well, this is a good example of team defense. I mean, Kevin Green and Newman just fill up and completely cut this off. Watch Newman from the outside. Kevin Green working from his inside linebacker position where he's actually begun to excel, which is unusual for a guy that's been known almost exclusively as a pass rusher earlier in his career. They're now getting him back over the center. He's reading the entire defense, and he says it really enables them to see the whole field and fill to the ball, much like a safety sees those running lanes and those fill lanes. So does Kevin Green now.
Ed West comes in as a 2nd tight end. 3rd down and 1. Sharpe goes in motion close to midfield of the Packers, and Harry Sidney gets the carry, and he gets the 1st down. Former 49er gets 4 yards on the play and ekes his way into Ram territory. We have under 8 minutes remaining in the 1st quarter. 7-0 Rams.
Well, it's a short yardage play, so you figure Harry's going to come this way and he's going to find his 1st down, but watch his headache come this way and meet him right in the chops. Watch this. You're running. You figure I've got this 1st down. It's not going to be a big problem. And Paya, Roman Pfeiffer, elbow, or I should say shoulder, right under Harry Sidney's chin, gets his undivided attention.
Packers just in Ram territory and a first down. And way back there, Darrell Thompson. Jim Scow made the play. No penalty markers as the Rams, right side of their defensive line, got back in time. It was Sean Gilbert who nearly was called for encroachment and a 5-yard loss.
We got to see this again and see if he gets back. Remember that neutral area right now. I don't think so, but you know what? It doesn't matter. There was no, it's kind of like those holding calls or everything else. If there's no flag, there was never a penalty.
There's a lot of yellow out here in Packer and Ram trousers, and in the crowd, nothing from the refs. 2nd and 15. Brett Favre slips down, regains his footing, and his pass is nearly caught by Sterling Sharpe. It's amazing that Favre could get up and still have a chance to throw with Todd Light defending. Right now for an update, let's check in with Greg Gumbel in New York. Greg?
All right, Dick, the Packers dueling with Minnesota for that NFC Central title at Pittsburgh. Minnesota's field goal attempt, a bad snap. Harry Newsom's pass into the end zone is incomplete. They're still scoreless at Three River Stadium in the first quarter, Dick.
All right, Greg, and here in Green Bay, they're watching that game closely because a loss for the Minnesota Vikings will keep the Packer playoff hopes alive.
Well, you notice that heater. You got a kicker by the heater here, and Coons goes over to warm his feet up. The heaters aren't as popular on the Packers sideline, I think, as they are on the Rams sideline. A little bit more of a big commodity over there with the LA guys.
Not the same for both teams, huh?
I tell you what, coming from San Francisco, we love those heaters.
3rd down and 15. And the pass is caught by Bennett out of the backfield. Edgar Bennett will be short of the first down by 5 yards as Steve Israel makes the tackle. It's amazing. You talked about the footing, and we're seeing everyone slipping out there, including Brett Favre on each of the last 2 plays.
You know, bad weather conditions, be it rain, snow, wind, or anything else, a game really evolves down to field position. And after that early turnover, we've seen a couple of possessions where field positions become key. The key for Wagner and the Packers here is to pin the ball down inside the 10-yard line and set up your offense for their next possession.
Harry is deep, and Wagner punting for the 2nd time. And he got this one away. A fair catch called for by Harry. And that ball tailing away in the swirling wind was a difficult catch for Emil Harry to make. 33-yard kick. We'll be back to Lambeau Field after this.
That's never a case. I think that's really overrated. You look at these Ram guys, you know, Everett's from Purdue, Newberry's from Wisconsin lacrosse. It isn't the first time these guys have been in cold weather. I don't think it's a real factor. The footing is a factor.
First down on the 13-yard line. Cleveland Gary up the middle. Some poor tackling by the Packers enables Gary to pick up 6 yards before Burnell Dent brings him down.
Now, we talked about the weather not being a factor, but you know, naturally you'd rather play in probably the top 5 than the bottom 1. If you have your druthers, you want to be where it's a little bit on the warmer side instead of this, because this can be miserable, especially if things get out of hand. If the game's close and you're playing, it's not really a big deal. But if you're on the sidelines, or the coaches, or the guys that aren't playing at all, this is ugly.
2nd down and 4. Cleveland Gary has gone over the 1,000 mark and has added to that total as he brings it out to the 20, close to the first down. So Cleveland Gary now is the first Ram rusher to gain 1,000 yards in a season since Greg Bell turned the trick 3 seasons ago. And it's been a long road back for Gary, who led the NFL in fumbles 2 seasons ago and did not fumble earlier this year. And Cleveland Gary has really been the big workhorse. In fact, the 2nd leading rusher on the Rams, believe it or not, is Jim Everett, the quarterback.
Well, yeah, I think Chuck Knox really has his entire organization and this whole thing here in LA going in the right direction. He's doing some good things. He's reestablished the Rams' physical power football. He's got Jim Everett with more confidence, and he fully realizes from a personnel standpoint he's got a ways to go, but he's very confident. I tell you what, as much as the Packer guys have bought into what Mike Holmgren and Ray Rhodes and Sherman Lewis are trying to do, the LA Ram players have bought into Chuck Knox's program just as well. You know,
this is the first time he's been a head coach here at Lambeau Field. Previously, it's all been in Milwaukee. He was an assistant coach with the Lions here at Lambeau Field. So after 300 games as a coach, head coach, first time at Lambeau as a head man. First down on the 23 for the Rams. They just made it. Nothing right, nothing left, and the pass to the right to Lang. He gets by 1 defender and may nearly have of another first down. It's awfully close. Chuck Cecil made the tackle, and right now I have to think that Ray Rhodes is upset at the Packers' inability to bring down the runners. A gain of 9.
They really are, because the tacklers right now aren't real excited, and the defense bites on a quick fake screen this way, but then Lang, lined up at fullback, fakes a block and spins out here with his offensive line. Watch how Everett fakes things up and gets it ready. Little pump, little look, and now a quick flip. Now watch the blocking. The blocking's not real good. Neither is Butler's attempted a tackle. Terrell Buckley, you don't expect him to be able to tackle much because he really doesn't like it. So that's not real surprising, but the defense as a group is not tackling well.
Second down and 1, and the ball carrier Gary fell down, and there's going to be a loss on the play. George Kuntz came in strong. So anything the offensive line was going to engineer up front meant nothing, as Cleveland Gary loses 3 and his footing.
Well, we talk about this footing, and it's going to be worse and worse as the day goes on. Nothing too spectacular. Gary just on a quick little slant trying to get some sort of footing and cannot get it. You've got to keep things very, very simple in this kind of weather. It's either a sweep right, a sweep left, or a straight dive up the middle. No real frosting on the cake here.
Gary goes out of the game, and Robert Del Pino comes in as a nickel back for passing purposes. 3 wide receivers. Third down and 4. Jim Everett looking up the middle, and his pass is intercepted by Chuck Cecil. And he's dropped at the 40, and the Packers get it in Ram territory. He has made some big hits this year, but Cecil has picked off his 4th errant pass of the season.
You know, you hear it a lot, the term reading the quarterback's eyes. Well, watch Everett's head. He's looking at Price the whole way. Out of the left side of the screen, there comes Cecil. Cecil was watching Everett the entire play, and as soon as Everett let that thing fly at Price, who was just running a little pattern over the middle, Cecil intercepts that ball, and he is the guy that is embodied here in Green Bay, the new attitude defensively that Ray Rhodes, their defensive coordinator, has brought in here. The physical, smash you in the face, take control of a game-type mentality. That's the guy. And if there's any justice this year in the NFL, Dick, he's a Pro Bowler, and he's an All-Pro.
He has made some brutal hits this year. Dave Meggett will probably remember Cecil's name in particular. First down on the 40-yard line, and Thompson breaks through up the middle. You know, I think tackling is going to be difficult on both sides in this game. A pickup of 5.
Well, the key is going to be, if you're a ball carrier, I mentioned earlier about knowing where you're going and the other guy doesn't. If you've got the sense of direction and you've got the momentum going in one direction, you've got to maintain that. And the tacklers coming in from the other directions have got to commit equally as hard. And if anybody can get footing and make a move, it's going to be a big play, because change of direction is going to be nearly impossible as this field gets harder.
Chuck Cecil, his 4th interception, leading the Packers. It'll be second down and 5 for Green Bay on the Ram 35. They send Darrell Thompson out to the right, and the pass is caught by Sterling Sharpe. And just like Jerry Rice does, he got a lot after the catch, and a first down to the inside the 20-yard line. It was Henley and Terrell who made the stop on the best receiver, most prolific in the league this year.
And I tell you, Sterling Sharpe does things that not a lot of receivers do, and that's get physical and get after things and make quick moves. Does that remind you of a Jerry Rice type of a catch, a San Francisco 49er kind of an offensive catch? And that's the kind of year that Sterling Sharpe has had. It has been unbelievable, but he has physically paid the price.
Leading in catches and yards. Only 3 have done that in the last 20 years. First down on the 19-yard line, and here is Thompson trying to sweep. The Rams penetrated effectively, and a minimal gain, if at all, for Darrell Thompson. Roman Pfeiffer, good hustle for the Rams, and a gain of only 1. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Dick Stockton, Randy Cross, and Pat O'Brien here at Lambeau Field. The Rams taking advantage of a fumble early in the game, leading 7-0 in the Pack, trying to get back.
And the Packers are throwing the ball right now, last few downs effectively. What they have not been able to take advantage of is the inside of the Ram defense. Larry Kelm, Mark Boutte, the other rookie, Sean Gilbert. They're good, they're physical, but they're young, and they get in positions that open up running lanes inside.
Second down and 9 for Brett Favre. Looking right, looking left, looking up the middle. And the pass is intercepted by the Rams, and smartly, it's going to be Darrell Henley who will keep it in the end zone for a touchback. So Brett Favre, who came into the game second to Steve Young, the best interception percentage. Didn't throw many away. Henley ends that threat by Green Bay.
And that's the kind of down where Mike Holmgren's going to look at Brett Favre and go, Brett, go to the phones. Go talk upstairs because I don't want to see you. Brett Favre knows he shouldn't have thrown this ball. This is called trying to make something happen and forgetting kind of the other guys get paid too, and we'll get in position to pick your balls off. Brett Favre should not have thrown that ball.
So Darrell Henley got smacked by a teammate during the pregame introductions, but he has come up with a big defensive play for the Rams, who take over on their 20-yard line. With 1:16 to go in the first quarter, Cleveland Gary. And Gary not only protecting the ball, but really looking for the tough yards, picks up 5 yards on the first play.
And that's exactly what this offense needs to do. You know, Chuck Knox's group has got to just blast this ball and physically take control of this football game. A 7-0 lead normally is not huge, but if you get more than a touchdown lead in this time of the game, this type of game becomes very critical. The Rams can take time off the clock and control this game with this offensive line.
Tim Lester comes in. Gary goes out. 2nd down and 5. Carter, the tight end, goes in motion, and the pitch is to Lang. Going left, penalty marker down, and Lang down the sideline, being chased by one Packer defender. And it's Terrell Buckley who knocks Lang out of bounds at the 3, but there's a penalty marker down, and it'll be against the Rams, calling back a 70-yard gain by Los Angeles. We'll wait for the official call. Gordon McCarter, the veteran referee.
In that area, it's usually holding against the wide receiver. Oh, it's against the Packers.
Illegal use of hands. Number 53, defense. Half the distance from the end of the run. First down, goal to go.
The Rams thought it was against them, but George Kuntz commits the penalty, and it's a 71-yard gain.
Watch Kuntz, 53, as this run comes at you. He's got his hands right in the face of the blocking tight end. That was the penalty. Very poor tackling, great blocking by the Rams. And Terrell Buckley shows you one of the things he does extremely well, and that's use his speed, and in this case, prevent a touchdown. But the Rams have the ball right now just inside the 2-yard line, and this is the area of the field where this big physical offensive line really comes into play.
That was the longest rush of the season by the Rams, 71 yards. Tim Lester and David Lang, the backs, 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. And the give is to Lang, who powers close to the goal line. No signal yet. Burnell Dent plugging the hole. And it looks like the Rams are short by less than a yard as time runs out in the first 15 minutes. And that is the end of the first quarter here at Lambeau Field with the score, the Rams 7 and the Packers nothing. The second quarter here in Green Bay. There are teams that do falter at the end of the year when they're out of it, but very few times the Chuck Knox teams not play hard all the way.
This team is ready to play, and I think they're much more ready to play than the Packers are. The Packers are expecting a team to sort of lay down for them, and this Ram team's come out and smashed them right between the eyes.
2nd and goal on the 1. Cleveland Gary is not going to get over. And again, Jim Everett looks to the sideline and indicates it's less than a yard and runs over there to talk to Chuck Knox. It'll be 3rd and goal coming up for the Rams, taking advantage first of the turnover, the interception of Darrell Henley in the end zone, and then a 71-yard run by David Lang.
And Mike Holmgren knows right now he's in a bad situation from his team's standpoint. They're a team that has in the last 5 or 6 weeks played a very emotional game, and right now they seem to be a very kind of emotionless team right now, and all the emotion and the momentum's on the Rams sideline.
We have had multiple substitutions on both sides, and almost to the effect that a timeout is being called by the Rams. They don't want to make a mistake here, leading 7-0 and an important 3rd and goal coming up. So
off the ball as well as he has even way back in the old days when I was still playing. So you know, you take advantage of your strengths, and your strengths are that offensive line. You let them push the guys in green back into their own end zone.
It's an offensive line that has been healthy for a change this year. Now they're going to try and slam it in. 3rd and goal. And here is going to be Lang. stopped at the 1-yard line. The Packers have closed the door. As the Rams, you'd think, Randy, after a timeout, they come up with a better plan than that.
I tell you, the way you want to go in a goal line play is not sideways. Don't get your shoulders turned to the goal line. As soon as you do, you give up your advantage. And I don't care if you are a fullback trying to crash it back inside. When you start going sideways, defenses start smiling. And when that happened, that Packer defense just descended upon Lang.
So the Rams have to settle for an attempted field goal with Tony Zendejas. This is an 18-yard field goal attempt, and the kick is good. But the Rams have to be real disappointed. They had a 1st and goal following a 71-yard run and manage only 3, but it is still 10-0 LA.
Better not look at the scoreboard right now because they got some angry Rams at their throat.
They ought to look at their own scoreboard. They're trailing 10-0 on a 19-yard field goal by Zendejas, who kicks it off. And the kick is fielded by Corey Harris. And the Packers will get good field position as they start another drive. Remember, Chuck Cecil intercepted a pass and had the ball in LA territory, and Green Bay could not score. Let's see what Brett Favre has up his sleeve. 3 turnovers already in the game. And the points off turnovers, the Rams have all of them off of Green Bay miscues.
And that has been because of execution of offenses. Jim Everett and his offense have executed very well when they've gotten their opportunities. And Brett Favre and this Green Bay Packer offense has just been a little bit off. Just a couple of ticks off, but that's all it takes in this league.
1st and 10 on the 39-yard line. Favre's pass, and a penalty marker is down. And the catch is made by Jackie Harris, the tight end, a gain of 6 yards, but there's another flag. In a backfield in motion call against Green Bay.
Illegal shift. 2 men moving, not resetting before the snap. 5 yards, repeat, 1st down.
You know, it's usually in hot weather that teams experience cramps. But right now, Mike Holmgren's offense here for the Packers is experiencing mental cramps. Their brains are seizing up on them. They're starting to make some dumb mistakes. Favre's thrown a ball or two that he really had no business throwing, one that was intercepted. And as an offense right now, they are just off. Right now, they look like the team that looked last year, not like the team that has won 5 in a row.
1st and 15, and the pitch goes to Harry Sidney off the right side, and Sidney fights his way beyond the 40-yard line. A gain of 7 yards on the play. Todd Light and Larry Kelm in on the tackle. This is a situation where Harry Sidney, who had experience with the 49ers, where a lot of the assistant coaches have come from, head coach Mike Holmgren, and this is not a critical possession for the Packers, but it's one in which they have to show they can move the ball.
They need to make something happen, something positive. Stop taking the steps back and get their passing game going. This is not a team that usually emphasizes the run. They must pass.
2nd down and 8, the ball at the 41. That's what Favre wants to do. He has receivers covered, and he's going to run for it. He's a bulldog out there. He dives forward, short of the 1st down by about 3 or so. Anthony Newman making the tackle. He is not a speed merchant by any stretch of the imagination, but Favre will take off.
Well, last week against the Houston Oilers down in Houston, Brett Favre scrambled a couple times, and one time it was one of those kind of make-a-wish scrambles because the Houston defense kind of bent him in 3 or 4 different directions. And I think after that scramble was when Mike Holmgren pulled him over onto the sideline and said, "Hey, Brett, those guys are going to kill you. Learn how to slide. If you don't have anywhere to go, go down." You saw the discretion was a better part of valor on that play. He got to the ground.
4 wide receivers, Sanjay Beach and Corey Harris in the game. Favre is going back and up the middle. The pass complete to Sterling Sharpe. He breaks a tackle by Kevin Green and gets into Ram territory, and a gain of 14 yards. Robert Bailey making the tackle with Pat Terrell, but they found Sterling Sharpe and he was up the middle wide open.
Well, fans of the LA Rams are used to seeing the 49ers in their offense line up their wide receiver Jerry Rice in the backfield when they're trying to get him loose. That's exactly what Mike Holmgren and Sherman Lewis do for the Packers. They get the wide receiver in the backfield. That's not done to fool anybody. That's done to get your guy in a position where you can not fool a defense, but change up the coverages and get him into spots and zones.
Darrell Thompson goes in motion, and the pitch to Harry Sidney on first down. And Sidney gets a couple. It was Larry Kelm on the tackle and a gain of 3 yards. Rams linebackers pursuing exceptionally well in this first half.
And it's one of the things I think the Rams really need to step up a bit is the ability inside to intimidate with the run and with the hit. And Kelm does a nice job of that. You look down the road next year at this defense, I think that's the one thing and the one position they'll really put a lot of emphasis on, and that's improving their ability to get after a running game from their linebacker position.
You mentioned freeing receivers like Sharpe and Rice. We did the Saints 49er game, and late in the game, they finally put Rice in the backfield to get him the ball.
You put him in the backfield, you put him in motion, you do whatever you can, but you free up your best guy.
2nd down and 7, Favre up the middle, and again, he goes to his best guy. It's Sterling Sharpe, and a short gain of 5 yards. It'll bring up 3rd and short for the Packers, threatening and trailing the Rams 10-0.
Back in the early 80s in this same offense, Dwight Clark caught lots of passes doing the exact same thing Sterling Sharpe is doing right now. It's not the big plays always. A lot of the times he is going behind the coverages, behind the other receivers, and just sitting down 2, 3, 4 yards behind the ball and getting these easy catches and trying then to make another 3 or 4 yards. Pure possession receptions.
Philadelphia leading Washington. That's not good news for the Packers. 3rd down and 1, and there's a fake, and Brett Favre will throw on the run to his tight end, and Jackie Harris is there. Did he make the catch? No official call. The officials are huddling now, and they rule it a catch by Jackie Harris and a first down to the 15.
Well, if they're going to rule that a catch, they have to rule if he was down, because Jackie Harris is sitting in the end zone. Lots of confusion here. He must have hit that ball 4 or 5 times.
It is a legal catch. He is down by contact at this point. First down.
Okay, this is the fake sweep going to the left with your quarterback coming out naked to the right. Watch the guards pull. Here goes Favre, and dragging underneath behind is the tight end Harris. Watch these catches. I say catches. There's 1 catch. There's 2 catches. There's 3. There's 4. There's 5. That angle doesn't show it if that ball indeed did get to the ground, but there you see Terrell does touch him when he's down.
And apparently it was so wide open that he must have cradled the ball effectively. A great bit of juggling by Jackie Harris, and a first down for the Packers on the Ram 15. And the give up the middle to Darrell Thompson. See if Thompson held on to the ball. A 5-yard gain. Thompson had fumbled on the first series for the Packers, and the Rams took advantage of it on a touchdown from Jim Everett to Flipper Anderson.
Well, that was the kind of play, and this is the kind of drive that these Packers needed to get their confidence level back up to where it has been for the last month and a half or so. They needed the, I guess you can call that a lucky play, the things that when things are going good, those balls bounce to 3 or 4 or 5 times and back into your hands, and you get things going and you get a confidence building drive.
2nd down and 5. The ball is at the 10. It's been a drive that's exceeded 5 minutes for the Packers. And there's the inside handoff to Darrell Thompson, who fights his way down to about the 2. A great fake by Favre, and an 8-yard gain. It was Kelm and Terrell on the tackle, and it's 1st and goal, Green Bay.
Watch the fake by Favre for the toss this way, and then Thompson just coming up and blasting up the middle. Quick toss fake to the fullback, and right behind a nice block by Campen and Frank Winters, and that's what Thompson does well. He's a halfback that would rather make his living between the tackles than outside. He's better off taking advantage of his 225 pounds and pounding it inside.
Rams have their big people up front. 1st and goal. And here is Thompson going outside, lunging, touchdown, Green Bay.
You're going to see a whole lot of want to here from Darrell Thompson. The blocking's not that good, but he wants 6 points right here. See that ball just landed right inside the cone. He reached out with his arms, no part of his body touched out of bounds. The first thing to touch anywhere near pay dirt was the football. That's 6 points.
Second touchdown rushing for Darrell Thompson. And Chris Jackie will look to bring the Packers to within 3. And it is 10-7 in favor of the Rams. So we said this was an important possession to see if the Pack could move the ball. And they went all the way for the score. In Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where the wind chill was -12 when we started. The footing has been less than ideal. The Rams taking a 10-0 lead, but the Packers with an impressive drive of 61 yards, eating up more than 6.5 minutes, are back in the game as Chris Jackie kicks off. And on the return, Anthony Thompson, and he bobbled the ball, and he puts the Rams in an offensive hole once again. So the Rams will start from poor field position for the second time in a row.
So, I was going to hit the Foot Locker for the...
The Jets want to end a nightmarish year also on an upbeat note. Next Saturday at 12 Eastern with the NFL Today, the Saints and the Jets here on CBS Sports.
You know, these Saints have had a good record for quite a few years under Jim Moore. I think the one thing they have now they have not had is they've got an offense that can move the ball, throwing the ball. They've always been a team that could sort of pound it out and keep the ball away from another offense and rely on their great defense. But Bobby Hebert and his performance the second half of the season has made a huge difference.
Quinn Early at wide receiver has also played a big role. First down for the Rams on their 10. Their worst starting field position of the game. And to give up the middle to Cleveland Gary. Remember the two other scores that impact today's game. The Redskins lead the Eagles 10-7. And to put it briefly, it would be to the Packers' benefit if the Redskins were to beat Philadelphia. Minnesota and Pittsburgh scoreless. Now, if the Vikings lose to the Steelers and the Packers beat the Rams today, that would set up a game next week at stake, the NFC Central Division title. Tom Newberry slow getting up.
Tom Newberry, this has got to be an expensive game for Tom Newberry, a graduate of University of Wisconsin lacrosse, playing here in Green Bay. You got to know he's had to come up with a few ducats for the local fans to come get a chance to watch Tom play. You know, the Rams, it's been since I think '67 they've actually played here at Lambeau Field. They played all their other games in Milwaukee.
Newberry is out of the game, and Jeff Pahukoa replaces him at left guard. Second down and 8 for the Rams. The ball is at their 12.
And that's one of those circumstances where a guy goes out and the line gets bigger, because Pahukoa is about 20 pounds bigger than Newberry.
Could that line get any bigger? Everett looking to throw, and his pass upfield is broken up. Chuck Cecil breaks up the pass intended for Pat Carter, and that is why, to restate what you said, he has been the keynote hitter for the Packers defensively all year.
He's really been the keynote, period. I think he's a guy that's taken advantage, and as crucial as a quarterback on a roll is, as Everett has been at times for the Rams, so is the defensive quarterback, Chuck Cecil, been in his ability to anticipate and read what the opposition's going to do.
Chuck Cecil should be headed to the Pro Bowl for his performance this year. Third down and 8. 4 wide receivers as Chadwick and Harry join Ellard and Flipper Anderson. Time for Everett, and his pass is caught, and it'll be a first down. Henry Ellard make it Jeff Chadwick with the first down, and there's a penalty marker down at the line of scrimmage. A 14-yard gain, and that's going to nullify the first down. Might have been Jackie Slater jumping before the snap. That wiped out the 14-yard pickup.
False start before the snap. 78 offense. 5 yards. Still third down.
Real unfortunate for the Rams. What a fine job of execution. But you see, it wasn't very much, but that upper body of Slater's just started moving just before the snap. And every offensive lineman, especially tackles, have got to anticipate the snap. That is an occupational hazard, and you don't tell an offensive lineman, stop doing that. They've got to anticipate. They just sometimes are going to guess wrong, and Jackie guessed wrong there.
We've talked about how crowds become a factor in indoor stadiums. The crowd is a big factor in this outdoor atmosphere here, as you saw Jim Everett call a timeout. That is the second timeout in this first half for the Rams. They have one remaining. Have not been in the playoffs in 10 years and have a shot. They're going to need some help, however. They're trailing the Rams 10-7 with 5:47 remaining in the first half. And after a timeout by the Rams, a critical 3rd and 13 coming up from the 7.
Hey, you talk about this crowd being a factor. You know, they're into it here. They're used to this kind of weather. They call this Packer weather. And you look at this crowd, and they got on the orange and the camouflage and the hats, and it looks like the world's largest duck blind. But these are, look at that guy. If those people work for you without the shirts and they call in sick tomorrow, tell them to get to work.
Here comes a blitz on Everett in the end zone, and off balance, his toss is intercepted. That's Terrell Buckley. Buckley turning the corner, and he needs one block. And Buckley is going to score. Touchdown. What a run by Terrell Buckley. On the return, a dying quail, thanks to the big blitz by the Green Bay Packers, all out on Jim Everett, and the Packers lead for the first time.
Well, any quarterback, if you put the heat on him, you're going to make him put it up. And Everett would have been well served to peel that ball there and just kind of stick it in his lunch pail and eat it, because there wasn't a chance in the world anything good was going to happen.
Chris Jackie with Don Makowski, the holder. And the Packers lead 14-10 with 5.5 minutes remaining. And Buckley, the #1 draft pick from Florida State, with a scintillating return to this interception.
And you're going to see why a guy is a #1 draft pick. Did this a lot for Florida State, but he's almost tempted to fair catch this one as it floats up there. Now, you can't coach this. You don't teach this. And sometimes coaches go crazy watching returners give up yardage. But watch the other defensive players set things up and make blocks. Vinnie Clark gets a block on Everett. He got a lot of help from an entire defense. And that is exactly the play that Mike Holmgren and the Green Bay Packers needed to get their momentum back in front in this game.
Second interception of the year for Buckley, and the first return for a touchdown by the Green Bay Packers. We were talking with Ernie Zampisi, the offensive coordinator for the Rams, and he says he may be a rookie, but you got to watch out for this guy. This case, it was just like you said, it could have been a fair catch.
Well, it's a matter of learning. And once he learns to be in the right positions at the right time, he's going to be dangerous. And that was just a matter of just being back there as Jim Everett put that one up for grabs. There's no way he should have been able to take that back for a touchdown. You got to give 3 of the points to Terrell Buckley and 3 of the points to Jim Everett.
We have had 4 turnovers in this first half, 2 on each side, and now Jackie will be kicking off. Back deep for the Rams, David Lang. And 2 other receivers about 5 yards in front. This will go to Lang at the 5. Lang turning the corner. He'll get a good return out of this one, and will run out of bounds at the 28-yard line. 23-yard return by Lang. So we'll see how the Rams respond. They're on the short end for the first time in this game.
Well, there's no way that the Rams should do anything different than what they were doing earlier in this half, and that's running the ball effectively, moving the ball with conservative passing and the run. Try to keep Jim Everett out of those positions you saw him on in 3rd and long there, standing in his end zone with a blitz coming after him. That is not when your offense is functioning at its optimum.
Starting from the 28. Everett steps up, and his pass is caught. It is a catch, and it's Flipper Anderson. And he is defended by Terrell Buckley, and a pickup of 11 yards. And
And Flipper Anderson really is the guy now in this offense. You know, for years it was Henry Ellard. He was the big weapon, the guy that was going to be the most dangerous. Now it really is Flipper Anderson, if there is a person. And that's another area. We talked about linebacker where the Rams need to upgrade. They need an impact guy at wide receiver. They need a receiver that scares defenses, and right now they don't have one.
He got 8 yards and not 11, and the give is to Gary, and he has stopped, maybe picked up a yard. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Rams. Clock is running, 4:45 remaining in the first half. Rams took a 10-0 lead, but the Packers have come back with 2 touchdowns here in the second quarter. Thompson capping a 61-yard drive with a 2-yard dive into the end zone, and Terrell Buckley with an interception returning 33 yards to give Green Bay the lead.
In these situations, a team that's an underdog, as the Rams are right now, you see as this is a first down, the underdog has a tendency when they get off to a big start and then the team that was favored comes back and either ties them or goes ahead, the underdog tends to press. And what the Rams really need to do is the Rams need to keep their cool, keep their calm, just keep doing what they're doing. Let the Packers and what the Packers do be taken care of by the Packers. Worry about the Rams. Don't worry about who you're playing, and you'll be fine in this game.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line of the Rams. Less than 4.5 to play in the first half. Here's a blitz on Everett, gets it away to Lang out of the backfield. He gets by Kuntz, and a good second effort and a crunching hit at about the 45-yard line after a gain of 7 yards. Roland Mitchell making the tackle, and the Rams made something, and Everett reacted well in the face of the blitz by Green Bay.
Well, the blitz will come in from the right side of the screen and comes in quickly. Adrian White coming in and putting some quick, hard pressure. Kuntz misses this tackle, and now it's a matter of Lang. Get down. Whoop, here comes the trouble, and here comes the pressure off the sideline. That's Leroy Butler. Just plants Everett onto that nice hard turf, and that's something that's stored in the quarterback's mind. He sees that safety out there again, he'll know he's coming.
2nd and 3, and Everett is down. He lost his footing ever so slightly before the big pass rush came on from 4 Green Bay Packers, and a loss of 6 yards.
And you don't see a nose guard like Jurkovich come through like there for a tackle, but watch him over the nose. Push, push. Now a slip right there by Bernd Brostic, and when Brostic starts to slip and go down, Jurkovich pulls right by him for that sack. But that was a classic coverage sack, Dick. That was a case where Everett was looking and looking, and while he's looking, the guys downfield are covered. And when a nose guard has enough time to push back and then do an arm over, you know it's good coverage downfield.
2nd sack of the season for Jurkovich. 3rd down and 9. 6 defensive backs in there for the Packers. Everett's pass, and it was intended downfield for Todd Kinchin, the rookie free agent from LSU. Buckley was covering on the play, but Kinchin did not have his head turned to Everett as that ball sailed through the air. And
as long as you saw Jim Everett staring down the field at young Todd Kinchin, he was throwing something on the inside, and Kinchin was running. Kinchin was just running. He never even turned around. I mean, Buckley, he was behind Buckley, but the ball landed about 5 yards to the inside of where Kinchin was even heading.
So Don Bracken will kick, and Robert Brooks back deep for the Packers. Good kick off the side of his foot and will die on the 38-yard line, maybe the 39 of the Packers. Green Bay gets it back following the 23-yard kick.
23-yard.
In the first half, Favre is looking that way. He hits Sharpe. Sharpe's got the first down and rides a defender into Ram territory. That was Todd Light. So Sterling Sharpe, who has caught passes in 70 consecutive games with a 15-yard reception, looking to get to the 100 mark.
Well, you talk about Sterling Sharpe's sore hands. Well, the sore hands are sore until the kickoff. And then it's just time to go and time to run. And if you give Sterling Sharpe that much cushion, he'll break the record today. He'll get 13 catches today and break Art Monk's record.
He needs 2 for 100, which would set him into elite company. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line, and the quick toss is caught by Sharpe. There's the turn by Sharpe, dives, maybe close to another Packer first down. Does he ever look like Jerry Rice? And of course it is the 49er offense he's running. As we get down to the 2-minute warning, Larry Kell making the tackle. Tack up 9 more yards for Mr. Sharpe, and we'll be back to Green Bay after this.
The John
Sometimes you put your best receiver in the backfield. Sometimes you set him in motion. Sometimes you say, hey, Jerry, stay still. Don't move. Okay, now go. And then we're going to hit you. And then you try to make him miss. And Sterling Sharpe does a great job right there underneath. And that is catch number 99. You see the company he's about to join with one more catch.
He is so good. How many times have you heard anyone talk about a receiver and even say Jerry by mistake? That's the kind of images that Sterling Sharpe puts in your mind, and he looks like him out there, doesn't he?
He runs that same style. He's more underneath. He's more physical. And I think really he's a bigger part of this offense than Rice is in San Francisco. 2nd
down and 1, and the give is to Darrell Thompson, and he'll have the first down for the Packers, a gain of 2. Green Bay has all 3 of its timeouts remaining.
And one thing like Jerry Rice in San Francisco, Sterling Sharpe is also a very good blocker, and they use him a lot as a blocker.
He loves to block, hasn't worked out in the weight room because of his injured wrist lately. And here's the pass to Sterling Sharpe up the middle. He's got 100 catches, and he's inside the 20 for the first down. 100 receptions this year for Sterling Sharpe, only the 6th player in NFL history to accomplish that feat. And a gain of 18 yards with Newman making the tackle.
And they are just getting Sterling Sharpe the ball, doing what he does best, and that's get him the ball inside, get him the ball underneath, and then let his speed and strength be emphasized right here. How often do you see receivers go into linebacker territory and then make a lot of yards? There's not very many of them, and Sharpe is one of them.
Meanwhile, Brett Favre has completed his last 6 passes, and Sterling Sharpe, who is going to catch up in a hurry to Art Monk. Remember, he's got one more game after this, and that's against the Vikings on the road. And having as good a season as any wide receiver could have in the NFL.
You know, the unfortunate thing really for Sterling is I think a lot of people are just finding out how good this guy is. You know, he had a 90-catch season a couple years ago. He's had 70-catch seasons. He's had some very strong years. He happens to play in a smaller market. Not many people really know about this guy, but he's young and he's going to be around for a long time, especially with this offense Mike Holmgren now has here in Green Bay.
And also added good news for the Packers. The Steelers lead the Vikings 3-0 in the 2nd quarter in Pittsburgh. First down, Packers on the 17 of the Rams with 1:26 remaining. Favre looking for a receiver. Can't find anyone. Now he does, and the pass is caught, and it's a touchdown by Sterling Sharpe. Sterling Sharpe with a 17-yard touchdown catch. He already is up to 94 yards today. The Packers add to their lead.
And if you're an offense and you're a team that needs a spark, you want to get it from your #1 player, and your #1 and 2 players are right there. Brett Favre and Sterling Sharpe are the main reasons this Packer team is where it is.
Chris Jackie with Mikowski holding. And the Packers lead 21-10, and a record-breaking day for Sterling Sharpe. He has 7 catches already.
You talk about great receivers run great patterns. Watch this pattern that ends right now. Now he's making something happen. He's getting open for his quarterback, and Brett Favre scrambling back there, sees him go. Todd Light doesn't see him go, and Brett Favre sees the result. Look at the enthusiasm in this young quarterback and the ability for him to make things happen. You criticize him when things go bad when he's trying to make things happen, but that's the extra added dimension of having a receiver and a quarterback that are in sync. The receiver sees the quarterback's in trouble, he tries to get open, and he knows he's the guy the quarterback's looking for.
Well, Randy, everything is going the Packers' way right now. They're leading 21-10 in a game they must win. The Vikings are trailing the Steelers 3-0, which could possibly set up a championship showdown in the NFC Central next Sunday. Added to that, the Redskins are leading the Eagles 13-7. And the Packers know that their wild card situation would be much solidified if the Eagles were to lose. That was the score of the Minnesota-Pittsburgh game. There's the kickoff of Jackie and returned by Anthony Thompson. And Thompson is down just short of the 25-yard line. So everything's coming up green and gold today here in Lambeau Field.
Remember the 50s?
Del Pino, and he is shaken up.
And I'll give you 3 guesses who hit Robert Del Pino on that great hit right there on the sideline. It was number 26, Chuck Cecil.
Another Excedrin
all year.
Another Excedrin headache.
Well, it's
number 26.
It's an ache. I'm not sure if it's hurting in his head, but it's an ache. Watch this right here. Here comes the missile right there. Ouch. That's the job. Every great team, or every playoff team, needs an enforcer, especially on defense. And Cecil's the enforcer here, much like Lott was with San Francisco.
We want to remind you, coming up on the NFL Today halftime report, Greg and Terry will have all the scores, highlights, and latest playoff information, plus a birthday visit with Bob Hayes as he turns 50 today. That's all coming up at halftime. We have already showed you that once, and you might as well put it in your memory bank. That's what Chuck Cecil has given opposing receivers and running backs all season long. He also has an interception today as the Packers have 21 unanswered points and leading the Rams with 1:10 to play in the half.
You know, Dick, how often are you in a stadium where you hear a crowd chanting for a defensive back? But just a few moments ago, this entire crowd is chanting Cecil, Cecil. And, you know, Ray Rhodes came here as defensive coordinator, and they said, do you have a leader? Do you have a guy that is your guy on this defense? He says, no, I don't. But I think somebody will come to the head, and somebody's going to be that guy. And that is easily the guy here in Green Bay. Chuck Cecil's having a great year.
Here's the handoff to Cleveland Gary on 2nd and 10. And the Packer defense is aroused. Tony Bennett and a loss of 2 yards. The Rams were forced to use their last timeout as a result of Del Pino's injury. And now the Packers, with another opportunity to get the ball, have called a timeout of their own, and they have 1 remaining.
So that New Orleans-Buffalo scored. New Orleans up 13-3 over Buffalo. That's big. I got to tell you, I really think you better keep an eye on that New Orleans team. I mean, granted, they're the #2 team right now in the NFC West, but that doesn't discount their abilities. That they're going to be tough.
You know, Randy, we talked about San Francisco and Dallas being the top teams in the NFC, but I think matchup-wise, I think the 49ers could possibly fear the Saints more than the Cowboys.
Oh, they'd much rather play the Dallas Cowboys, I think, than the New Orleans Saints. You know, the devil you know in this case is the one you don't want to see, because the 49ers, and I think the NFL knows how dangerous that defense is, especially if you're playing them in the dome, and even almost as much if you're playing them in a home team. Let's say in Dallas on turf. That defense is the defense you don't want to see with the speed they can put off the corners and Sterling and Jackson.
The Rams are 1 for 6 on 3rd down conversions. They need 12 yards here. Otherwise, the Packers get their hands on the ball again. And they're going to keep it on the ground. And stopping Robert Del Pino is stopped cold for a gain of 3 yards. This crowd, and they came early here to Lambeau Field for their usual tailgating parties, is excited. They have not had a big game like this, well, in maybe a decade. The Packers have used their last timeout, and they have 58 seconds to move the ball down to possibly get into field goal range or better.
And the one thing you have to emphasize when you look at this Green Bay Packer defense, It's the same defense that was being maligned earlier in the year. I think the emphasis has to be on the fact that it's a defense that's learned the system. They've learned Ray Rhodes' system, and they're functioning extremely well inside of this system. Sure, they need some more talent up in the defensive line. They'd like another linebacker or so. They'd like more pressure on the quarterback. But within this system, the enthusiasm with which these players bring to this game has been the whole emphasis for Ray Rhodes and the entire defensive staff. And somewhere behind those windows are the defensive staff of the Green Bay Packers.
How come you didn't have any pull to get one of those warmers up here in the booth?
Well, it's early, Dick. It's not the second half yet.
So we'll see it in the second half.
I hope so.
Okay. Don Bracken will be kicking, and back deep is Robert Brooks for the Packers. They're out of timeouts. Good kick, but a line drive variety. And here is Brooks. Lost his footing at the 35. Still going. And down he goes at the 42-yard line. And he was brought down by Roman Pfeiffer.
You think it's cold here? The band's getting ready. You want to dress in these uniforms? Here you go. Here is a trumpeter's biggest nightmare, to put a frozen trumpet to his lips. You might never get it off. And this guy's taking all the precautions he can. He's warming that dog up early.
So you mean the trumpet gets better treatment than we do then?
Well, I guess that's what we're saying, yeah. So, you know, that's got to be a warm trumpet. If it goes away from the mouth, you know it's a warm trumpet. If it's a cold trumpet, it stays there while they're marching because they can't get it off.
First down and 10 at the 41 for the Packers. They're out of timeouts. 45 seconds to go in the first half. They send Darrell Thompson out wide to the right. Favre has plenty of time, and he's gone deep to Sterling Sharpe, just beyond his reach. They had a great chance. He was wide open. Pat Terrell was the closest to him, but if he got it, he's gone.
One thing you don't let a good wide receiver or a great wide receiver do is run free across the field. Look at Sterling Sharpe. He's lonely. There's nobody around him. You do not let that guy do that. And if he does it, you got to get him the ball. And if you don't get him the ball, you get a little mad at yourself and you laugh and you say, doggone it.
You timed that perfectly. Favre had completed 7 straight passes. Sharpe has 7 receptions today. He's gone over the 100 mark. It'll bring up 2nd and 10, and look at the fine percentage for Favre, 11 for 16. 39 seconds on the clock. They got blockers in front of Darrell Thompson. Thompson gets into Ram territory. He turns it on to the 20-yard line and written out of bounds by Pat Terrell. A 44-yard play on a screen play to Darrell Thompson.
Defense is attitude. And the attitude of the defense of the Rams on this play is, I think somebody else will make this tackle because I'm not sure I want to. You don't see a whole lot of want to on the Rams standpoint, but a nice call by Mike Holmgren and the Packers. And they blast this ball down here. This is an easy 3-point situation for Jackie. And this is a situation you cannot envision the Rams not having 2 defenders on Sterling Sharpe, because this is a situation where if he does not open initially, he'll scramble to get open like he did in the last touchdown.
Ball is on the 16 with 30 seconds remaining in the half. Favre again has some time, and his pass is incomplete. Jackie Harris almost had an opportunity to hold on to that ball. Rams started strong in this game, taking advantage of 2 Green Bay turnovers to take a 10-0 lead early into the second half, but since then the Packers have scored 21 points. They're marching for more right now, and I'll bet you one thing, that at halftime the Rams are going to hear from Chuck Knox about the effort that they should put forth in the final 30 minutes.
Well, at least in this second quarter, the effort's been a little weak. You can't always say it's the one side, because the other guys get paid too. I think you got to emphasize the fact that the Green Bay offense has been very efficient offensively.
2nd down and 10. Favre looking to throw, and his pass incomplete and getting shoved down. Ron Lewis was there, and Darrell Henley put the big push on Lewis.
You know, when you start having a good day and you got a touchdown and you're going for an all-time record, people take a different approach at stopping you sometimes. If you're in New York City and you're taking a jog in the park after dark, that's called a mugging. And that's exactly what the Ram defense does. They just decide on that play. Larry Kelm, the linebacker, says, "Nuh-uh, Sterling, you're not doing it. We're putting you on the ground."
3rd down and 10. That's Green Bay, 3 for 5 in 3rd down conversions. 20 seconds to go, as Randy mentioned, already in field goal range for Chris Jackie. And the short drop and the pass to Sharpe. He's fighting for the goal line, and he's going to get there. What an exhibition by Sterling Sharpe, sore hands and all. Second touchdown catch for Sterling Sharpe.
And when you're 8-6 and you're going for a job in the playoffs, trying to get your team in there, you're going for a record, you do whatever you can. And on that play, Sterling Sharpe went above and beyond on a quick slant, carrying defenders into the end zone to put Green Bay up 27-10, 28-10 after this extra point.
So Sterling Sharpe has gone over the 100-yard mark once again. Chris Jackie's kick is good. So now the Packers have responded with 28 unanswered points to lead the Rams 28-10.
I'm not going to spoil this replay with too much talk because his effort and this play speaks volumes. Watch this. A great effort by Sterling Sharpe. Now watch this on an isolation. This play is designed to be an 8-yard play. It should be tackled there. He won't let it happen. It's all Sterling Sharpe as soon as he catches that ball. And it's unbelievable. Guys that have seasons like this just keep going and going. They do that little bunny routine. You see Sterling's getting stretched a little bit on the sideline.
And another record for Sterling Sharpe. It's a Green Bay Packer record. This was his 7th 100-yard game of the season. And when you look at people like Don Hudson and some of the other great wide receivers who have played here in Green Bay, Sterling Sharpe about to shatter some more records. He has 8 receptions and needs 5 to surpass Art Monk's all-time record for a season. But right now they're tending to Mr. Sharpe on the sideline. A low bounding kick by Jackie is picked up by Anthony Thompson. And he's buried shy of the 25-yard line with 11 seconds remaining. Still working on Sterling Sharpe. He's had a brilliant game, and it's just the first half. 8 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first 30 minutes. Understand he has a bloody nose, right?
He took a heck of a crack there in the face on the initial hit and dragged everybody into the end zone and landed on the ball, and he's getting a chance to get a little oxygen here. I mean, that's just got to be fatigue with the effort he's put forth in his first 30 minutes.
First down on the 24-yard line, and the Rams are going to run out the clock. It's been a sterling first half for the Green Bay Packers. Sharpe with 2 TD catches and 28 unanswered points. And that is the end of the first half at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. With the score, the Packers 28. And